Hello, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for all those who came back in time. We really appreciate your punctuality and the cooperation in getting this session started in time. May I call upon the ushers and the conference organizers to mobilize people back in the room? Please ask everyone to come back in the room. We're going to be starting in 2 minutes. Please, if you have a friend, a colleague who is not aware that we are starting now, please let them know that we are going to start in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a very interesting panel this afternoon and on family planning, and it is important that all of us are here. There is no any other concurrent sessions now. We have, for the next 1 hour, we will be all seated in this main hall to really listen to the plenary on family planning. Colleagues, asanteni sana kwa kuweza kurudi kwa wakati, na washukuru sana, and I think this is kind of a spirit we all need so that we can finish in time. We have to start in 1 minute. We're waiting for the technology to connect here, and then we'll be good. So, but maybe meanwhile, let me introduce the chair of these sessions and give the floor. So, the chair of the session of the plenary will be Zuhura Mbuguni, who is a public health specialist with a nursing and midwifery background. Zuhura has over 15 years experience in working with reproductive health field, particularly in family planning and adolescent sexual reproductive health. She works with the Ministry of Health as the National Family Planning Coordinator and the government focal point for FP 2030. Zuhura has a wide experience as well to work with various family planning and reproductive health partners, including donors, development partners, implementing partners, civil society organizations at national and subnational level. Wale wote ambao tumefanya kazi kwenye family planning tunamjua Zuhura, ni bosi wetu siku nyingi sana. So let us give a round of applause to Zuhura, please. Karibu mwenyekiti. And then I'll leave, you have 1 hour to manage your session, and I looked at the panelists. I'm afraid if these people are gonna leave the stage. But anyway, I leave that task to you.
Thank you very much, MC. As MC introduced me, my name is Zuhura Mbuguni. I'm the National Family Planning Coordinator. I will be chairing this session on 3-dimension perspective of family planning in line with ICPD and FP 2030. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all my panelist participants and my rapporteur who are in front of you. You will see one by one when coming up for the session. To set up my stage, I will be having 4 panelists, 1 keynote speaker, and a rapporteur. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dada Halima Sharif, who will be our keynote speaker today, to set up the ground and address the keynote to the audience. Welcome, Dada Halima Sharif. Dada Halima is an accomplished Tanzanian media and advocacy specialist and communication strategic who has championed equitable access to reproductive health services and gender equality throughout her professional life. Ms. Sharif was among the first decade commissioners and also headed several projects at the United Nations Population Fund, Palladium, then for Futures Group, and retired at the Johns Hopkins Center for Communication, where she managed the Advanced Family Planning Advocacy Initiatives for 12 years until December 2022. Ms. Halima Sharif steered policy action at a national and subnational level through evidence-based advocacy and committedly prioritized the adolescent and the young reproductive health agenda. She has served in global networks such as FP 2030, Reproductive Health Supply Coalition, and represented her country in several global initiatives in her technical expertise. Ms. Sharif holds a Master of Journalism degree from Carleton University, and she has 20 years plus of experience at the Tanganyika Standard newspaper, Deutsche Welle TV, and the radio station in Germany, where she serves as a senior editor. Welcome, Dada Halima Sharif. This is a famous lady in Tanzania. I think most of you know Dada Halima. I want to take notes from the word provided by our Honorable President, Honorable Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete yesterday when addressing the Minister of Health from Zanzibar. He said, Al-Ma'aruf. So Dada Halima is among of Al-Ma'aruf people in Dar es Salaam and in Tanzania as well. Welcome on stage Dada Halima to provide the keynote address.
Thank you very much, Zuhura, for those kind words, and I would request, ladies and gentlemen, to give Madam Zuhura a round of applause for being a very capable leader in family planning in this country. as usual. Madam Chair, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break. Good afternoon. Thank you. Give me that energy. It is indeed an honor to be part of this important conference to share a few perspectives about family planning and its integral role in health, population, and development. I am from the communication, media, and advocacy world, as you've heard from my introduction, with a lasting passion for public health issues. I am not a medical doctor, but I've enjoyed in the work that I've done, mingling with medical doctors and having that opportunity of being addressed as Dr. Sharif. I guess I've earned that. So allow me first to pay tribute to our government, development partners, private health services providers, and civil society organizations, to mention but a few, for committing to sustain the gains in reproductive, maternal, newborn child, and adolescent health, as we have dubbed it as RAMCA. My task this afternoon is to set the context for the topic assigned to this esteemed panel, titled Three-Dimensional Perspectives for Family Planning, Health, Population, and Development, in line with FP 2030 and ICPD. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to prepare the stage for our panelists and stimulate individual and collective reflections on this subject. Madam Chair, the milestones attained as highlighted in the Demographic and Health Survey 2022 attests to the investments and commitment to family planning since the 1950s. Our resolve as a country has not wavered, as evidenced in the endorsement and implementation of global and regional initiatives such as the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD, 1994, and ICPD plus 25 in Nairobi in 2019, the Mkutano Plan of Action 2016 to 2030, and the Family Planning FP 2030, and many more. These frameworks promote respect, gender equality, fulfill human rights, and reproductive freedom for all. In 2012, as you may recall, the former President, Honorable Jakaya Kikwete, led the proclamation of Tanzania's family planning commitments under FP 2020 banner, which is now FP 2030. This is a global movement that places family planning at the center of global health, development, and gender equality. In addition is the Mkutano Plan of Action, and you all may recall, those of us who've been working in RAMCA for a long time. This protocol further signifies our dedication to improving public health and well-being, which is foundational to social economic development. Underpinning these commitments is the Tanzania's favorable policy environment that grounds policy decisions, policy formulation, and policy implementation, and underscore the linkages between reproductive health, family planning, and the broader areas of health and development efforts. These frameworks, as you may have seen on the screen, have provided context, guidance, clarity to implementing partners in their resolve to complement national endeavors. Madam Chair, yesterday speakers spoke of this conference happening just a few weeks after the release of DHS findings, and therefore the opportunity for RAMCA partners and stakeholders to revisit the impressive progress made in important indicators and re-strategize to further reduce maternal mortality ratio, infant and child mortality rates, the total fertility rate, among others. These encouraging trends, however, are also and may be largely attributable to family planning interventions. We know family planning as a preventive strategy seeks to expand equitable access to contraceptives of choice, the freedom to plan whether, when, and how many children to have, as well as discourage birth intervals of less than 2 years to avert potential risks that may impact on the health of newborns and their mothers. Now let me shift gear. As an intervention to spearhead development, family planning has proven to be cost-effective. The United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, estimates that for every dollar invested in family planning and maternal health in developing countries, the return on investment to families and societies is $8.40. And that was actually presented here by the UNFPA country representative yesterday. Therefore, investing in addressing challenges such as reducing the unmet need, eliminating teenage pregnancies, and increasing access to contraceptives to the sexually active adolescents without prejudice would go a long way in generating the necessary savings and reaping economic benefits. However, the current annual budget of less than 15 billion Tanzanian shillings for life-saving commodities, including family planning, may not get us there or ensure sustainability of our efforts. We must do more. Undeniably, Madam Chair, people are central to advancing socioeconomic development, but it is the educated, skilled, competitive, creative, and innovative population that is better placed to turn sand to gold. The country's development vision, TDV 2025, aspires to do exactly that. Achieve a high quality of livelihood for its citizens, a well-educated and learned society, and a competitive economy capable of producing sustainable growth and shared benefits while maintaining peace, stability, and good governance. And I'm not, at this point, saying that the uneducated lot are not creative or innovative. But what we want is a population that can also compete in the global market. Madam Chair, while I am not a pessimist, I am concerned more so as a senior citizen. The demographic profile of Tanzania shows its youthfulness, but this comes with its trials and tribulations, both at individual and national level. The costs for caring for others is growing, and it is likely to become unbearable in the wake of rising inflation rates and the increasing burden of both communicable and non-communicable diseases. Let me break it down. Those who are 65 years and above, and if I could pause here and say, how many of us here are 65 years and above? Could you raise your hand? 65 and above, here I go too. Okay. Constitute 1.2% of about 62 million people on this land. The under 15 account for 46, according to DHS, 46%, and the rest, meaning 15 to 64, are about 51%. But of course, you all know, not all in this age bracket are productive and self-sustaining. The dependency ratio is 1 to 9, one adult taking care of 9 people. And I guess it's probably gone to 10. And that has meant spreading thin our individual resources of the productive age population, which is 24 and above, without sparing the senior citizens like myself, those who are retired but not tired, which means we are part of the productive population because we still need, to make ends meet. I'm sure my colleagues, my peers would understand that. Again, we should all be concerned, especially because there is still high momentum for population growth, with some of the contributing factors being the relatively high teenage pregnancy rate, of 22 among the 15 and 19 age group, the high adolescent rate of 116 per 1,000 live births, of course having dropped from 131 per 1,000 live births since 2015-2016, and the low adolescent modern contraceptive rate of 18%. Yet initiatives targeting sexual and reproductive health of adolescents and youth are shrouded by sociocultural sensitivities that defy the spirit of our national policies and strategies, therefore delaying our efforts to harness the demographic dividend, particularly in this changing global environment. Global analysis show that developing countries today, the debt in developing countries, the debt trends of developing countries have caused a rapid increase in total public interest payments relative to the size of the economies and government revenues. The United Nations Global Crisis Response Group cautioned this year that currently about half of the developing countries devote more than 1.5% of its GDP and 6.9% of its government revenues for interest payments, a sharp increase over the last decade. And these interest rates payments are squeezing out spending in the key areas of health, education, and development, subjecting these countries to make impossible choices, servicing debts or serving their people. Even though there has been good news from the World Bank that our GDP has grown from 4.6%, I think, to 5.1 this year, still, this global environment does impact our economic situation in the country. Now, viewed together, these scenarios must awaken us that sustaining a rapid pace in population growth will work against us. We've heard rapid growth, 2 million new babies every year. That is something that we need to be reflecting on, because rapid growth will incapacitate our ability to make the necessary savings to inject into education, health and family planning, building skills and creating job opportunities. Overflowing classrooms, we are currently witnessing a doctor to 25,000 patients, a rapid rural-urban influx, scramble for arable land for farming and livestock keeping, and more, will continue to undermine our efforts towards nurturing a quality population to accelerate progress. And our vision for an industrialized middle-income economy may take too long to realize. Madam Chair, in conclusion, there is need to act collectively, collaboratively, committedly, and courageously to ensure that financing for family planning and RAMCA in general is increased and sustained, that innovation is prioritized through engagement of non-traditional partners such as the corporate private sector. Accountability at all levels and by all partners, public, private, non-state actors, must be the norm. And decisions on and implementation of family planning and RAMCA interventions must be coordinated to respond to our national goals, must be based on country context, and grounded on evidence and data for better progress. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you all for having me and taking time to be part of this very important conversation. Asanteni.
Thank you, Dada Halima, for a good keynote address to our audience. You have paved the way for our panelists to start a discussion on the matter. A round of applause to Dada Halima. As I said previously, I have 4 panelists. If you remember well, in 2012, Tanzania has made a commitment in family planning global partnership called FP 2020. And in 2021, we renewed our family planning commitments and coming with FP 2030 commitment. So I call upon Alex Omar, who is a public health and public policy expert with a vast experience in program management and reproductive health policy formulation, implementation, and analysis. He specialized in family planning, adolescent and reproductive health and health policy, and has over 10 years experience in these fields. Currently, he works as a country engagement lead Eastern Africa at FP 2030 East and Southern Africa Regional Hub, managing commitment process for countries, managing relationship with local focal points, building and fostering relationship with key partners in the region. Alex previously worked at AMREF Health System Strengthening Project and was seconded to the former First Lady of Kenya in the project of maternal health Beyond Zero to provide strategic and technical support. Alex is an elected fellow of Royal Society of Public Health. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Population Health and a Master of Public Health, Reproductive Health from Kenya University, and a Master of Public Policy from the School of Government and Public Policy in Indonesia, where he's also a public health and health policy writer and website contributor for Strategic Review Journal, an online journal of leadership, policy, and world affairs. I will call upon Alex to come up on the stage. The second panelist is Dr. Geoffrey Sigala. Dr. Geoffrey Nimrod Sigala is a medical doctor, public health specialist with further specialization in sexual reproductive health at PhD level. He holds years of cumulative experience in programming and institution strengthening in Tanzania, bringing with him a range of expertise in family planning, maternal health, HIV/AIDS, gender equality, child and adolescent health, and advocacy. He has over 20 publications in this area of expertise. Currently, Dr. Geoffrey is working as a senior program director at Maria Stopes Tanzania, a renewed international organization on delivery of sexual reproductive health programs in the country. Previously, assignment has been with Kilimanjaro Christian Medical University College, Health Department at headquarters of Evangelical Lutheran Church in Tanzania, and Institute of Human Virology, University of Maryland, USA. A round of applause to Mr. Godfrey, Dr. Sigala. The third panelist is Dr. Albert Komba, is a medical doctor and public health specialist who has more than 15 years worth of experience in relationship management and technical oversight of both community and hospital-based programs, ranging from mid-sized to highly complex ones. His areas of focus include HIV/AIDS, SRHR, and a key and vulnerable population programming. Dr. Komba holds an MPH degree from the Johns Hopkins University and a Doctor of Medicine degree from University of Dar es Salaam. Currently, he served as a project director for adolescent girls and young women, SRHHV, HIV integration project, implemented in Tanzania, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa. Welcome, Dr. Komba, on the stage. The last panelist is Mr. Zaki Mbena. He's a managing director QTC Consulting and Trade Solutions Limited. He is a result-oriented regional private sector leader with high passion and proven ability to scout, initiate, and manage complex tasks. A talent for proactive identifying opportunities, resolving challenges, promoting positive and productive customer relationship, resulting in profitability, maintenance, and recruitment of customers. He's a seasoned business management acumen with more than 20 years of interactive demand-driven business administration and active frontline private sector leader in fast-paced regional marketing. You are welcome, Mr. Zaki, on the stage. Yes, to start with our conversation and the discussion, I would like to start with Mr. Alex, who is working with FP 2030. Mr. Alex, based on FP 2030 country commitments in East and Southern Africa hub, how do you think these policy actions are advancing health, population, and development goals in the region? You are welcome.
Thank you so much, Madam Zuhura, for that intro and for having us for the session. So I'll just by reflecting that the FP 2030 country commitments in the region are a promise made by the country, their pledges, their obligations that our country makes. And I think as Mama Halima mentioned earlier in the keynote address, FP 2030 happens to be the only global partnership that is focused on family planning. And we do rally behind the family planning voice to be able to advance global health, to support gender equality, and to support countries such as Tanzania to be able to thrive. Having said that, as a hub, our initiatives are country-led, but by country-led, I mean we do work with countries to support countries to be able to achieve their national family planning goals. And then we are regionally connected. As a hub, again, we work in 23 countries in East and Southern Africa. And of course, as a global support network, we ensure that our engagements are not only looking at the health sector, but there is what we call the intersectoral kind of approach. So regarding the commitments are grounded around 3 principles. The first one is around rights-based. So government partners, such as the Minister of Health of Tanzania, does develop and validate the country commitments through a very comprehensive process, which is inclusive, collaborative, equitable, and transparent. And then the second approach is, the second principle is ensuring that these country commitments that are being made by countries in the region align with most of the regional and global partnerships, such as the Global Financing Facility, GFF, the Universal Health Coverage, UHC, ICPD plus 25, but now we are talking about ICPD plus 30. I know there were some kind of conversations last week about this. And again, Mama Halima did mention about the Mkutano plan of action. Then the third one, which is also one of the most important things, is that these commitments are grounded on available data and evidence. Commitments are not being just made by countries for the sake of being made, but in this conference, we are here to learn, and it's all about evidence. And then from here, what follows actually is the policy action that to put the learnings into practice. And this is where we say the evidence-informed policy is very critical. So just to wrap up, I would like to mention that for the FP 2030 country commitments, we use what we call a country summary approach, of course, which focuses on addressing 2 major things. How do we improve the MCPR and lower the unmet need? And of course, one of the most important aspects in that is, as much as you're looking towards addressing those 2 indicators, how do we continue to ensure that there is equity, such that even those marginalized populations are able to get the much needed care. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alex. The follow-up question will come up later on from the... We come up from the audience. Yeah, now it's a turn for Dr. Geoffrey Sigala. As Tanzania intensifies her efforts toward SG3, health, life, and well-being, one of the targets being to reduce maternal mortality rate to 70 per 100,000 live births. What do you think should be done differently to ensure family planning accelerates the momentum in this direction?
Thank you very much, Zuhura, for allowing me to share some insights on the importance of family planning in regard to reduction of maternal mortality and the aim being to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. First of all, I would like to say family planning is one of the important pillars in terms of reduction of maternal mortality. We have had a number of other interventions, for example, ensuring that there is availability and quality services, obstetric care services, which are improved. But you will note that most of those interventions actually are working during pregnancy. But the advantage of family planning that we have, these interventions are going beyond the pregnancy period. That is one of the key important aspects where we want to focus. The second, I would like to highlight here that we have body of evidences that show that actually if you scale up family planning, you are able to reduce almost 1/3 of the total maternal mortality. So there is strong evidence on that direction. One would ask, how does that work? We have two important explanations. The first one, family planning reduces the at-risk births. Those that we are saying they are too young, we are saying they are too old, we are saying births which are too close, we are saying births that are too many. So family planning, first of all, addresses these important aspects. The second aspect, actually, if you do better spacing, it means you are reducing the frequency at which a woman is exposed into pregnancy-related risks. And if you do that to one, and then you do that to many, you'll have a cohort of women who are lesser exposed to pregnancy risk. And in that aspect, you are able to ensure that the population has low maternal mortality. So those are some of the basics, but now you have asked me, what should we do differently? As I've indicated earlier, 2 young pregnancies is a very high risk, and these are teenage pregnancies. We understand in the country currently, we have almost 21%. Of course, is an improvement from the last study when it was 27, but still this is a strong contributor to maternal mortality. These are adolescents, these are youth. One learning is that this group is not homogeneous. We need to do beneficiary segmentation. There are different categories there, and we need to address them separately. We know there are young who are not married, there are young who are married, we know they are first-time mothers, we know they are in school, we know they are out of school. And our experience has shown that we need to address them differently. For example, the young and unmarried, these are the challenging groups to reach. We know for those who are in school, the important aspect here is first, keep them into school. Second, give them age-appropriate information on SRH. And the country has made a significant progress in this aspect. I think most of you knows that we have a comprehensive sexuality curriculum, which has been approved by Tanzania Institute of Education, and thanks to UNESCO and other organizations like MST who have been supporting the availability of those curriculum. That is a curriculum tailored by age group, delivered to students to ensure that they have information, knowledge, and skills on SRH. That is one of the important interventions in schools. Also ensure access to services. We have several interventions that have been targeting on youth to deliver services, and the learnings here is that some of them have been successful, some have not been successful. What should we do? We need to map those interventions and ensure that those which are working, they should be scaled up by even other partners. We have experience, for example, at MST, giving FP program itself cannot attract youth. You need to blend with other integrated services. For example, entrepreneurship skills, for example, community dialogue interventions, for example, edutainment. So you need to blend them together and you're able to reach more youth. Another second important aspect that we need to focus is scaling up postpartum family planning. That is an important aspect. And actually this is defined as family planning services given at birth, during postpartum period, up to age 1. These should be done in two types of approaches. You need to do demand generation. Start from when they are pregnant, informing them about family planning. Follow up with other interventions postpartum. Integrate with immunization interventions so that you are able to give them the services. And the last important aspect in postpartum family planning, ensure that services are available. And here I would like to recognize the support that has done by the Ministry of Health currently, where we are trying to integrate all these training curriculums so that a provider who is capable to provide other family planning services should also be able to integrate with all other interventions. The last innovation that I want to share with you, I think we have seen the results from the last Tanzania Demographic Health Survey, which shows that the demand for family planning in the country is at 60%. Out of that, only 31% of the women, their demand has been satisfied by a modern method. And 70% of them, they are using traditional methods. 21% of them, this is unmet need. What does it mean? These are women who are sexually active. In the sexually active age group, they have their partners. They are willing to delay their pregnancy, but they are not using the family planning methods. Actually, these are low-hanging fruits that we need to target for us to ensure that we scale up the family planning success. However, we have the remaining now 40%. Actually, these are the challenging proportion. These are community groups who are in strong culture, adverse interventions, for example. They have different norms. They don't want to space. They don't want to limit their childbirths. Actually, here we need to have community interventions on behavior change, communication, and information education materials. So to sum up, Zuhura, if the country is able to increase by 10 points in its MCPR, we will be able to avert almost 22,000 maternal deaths. If we maintain, actually there will be a gap in ensuring that we achieve the maternal mortality rate by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sigala, for that information. Now back to you, Dr. Komba. I know your portfolio, you are managing the integrated kind of project. And we understand that integration family planning in reproductive, maternal health, and HIV is a high impact practice. Given the current vertical project approach, how can you effectively ensure that integration is mainstreamed and scaled up to achieve the desired outcome in terms of maternal health, in terms of child health, and other social indicators? Welcome.
Right, so thank you very much, Dada Zuhura, our chair. So I come from the HIV space. I'm a HIV preventionist. So if you're wondering, what is this guy doing in this room? The answer is simple. basically unintended pregnancies, their associated adverse consequences, but including some of the RAMCA issues, if I can call conditions such as cervical cancer and the like, and HIV, where I come from. They share some common drivers. This includes, the gender equality. You heard our keynote speaker addressed some of these issues. They include some of the social cultural norms that are not very enabling, but also poverty and some other reasons. Some of you, or most of you in the group, might be familiar of the famous ECHO trial. Basically, this was a trial that looked at whether contraceptive use is associated with increased risk of HIV. Now, as much as the study did not find that, there were some very interesting findings that make people like myself and many others be very much interested in this space. One is HIV incidence amongst those who were using contraceptives was very high, ranging between 3 to 4 times. And we understand in our setup, those women of reproductive age group that are accessing family planning services, they have high HIV risk. Actually, they have huge unmet needs in terms of whether they're receiving the services. But the other way around also is true. There are women of reproductive age group that are accessing family planning HIV services, but require family planning services. So this is kind of why it is so important to integrate. And integration centers around providing client-centered services, but also we need to look at how useful it is in terms of efficiencies and cost effectiveness of the services. Now, back to your big question, Dada Rura, how can we ensure that integration is mainstreamed and scaled up? So I would like to categorize this into like 3 levels. If we truly want to integrate, we need to make sure that we're working at 3 different levels. So the first level is the policy level. You heard our keynote speaker mentioning about the enabling policy environment that we have in Tanzania. So here what I mean is ensuring that the HIV policies, strategies, guidelines, training packages need to have integration as a component. The other way around is also true. The FP ones also need to make sure that we have integration. The beautiful thing we have in Tanzania is that since 2012, we did develop a national operational guide or guidelines for integration of RAMCA and HIV. And currently, as we speak, under the leadership of the ministry in collaboration with the USAID and Global Fund, we're trying to review this to make sure that it reflects some of the newer services. So that's level 1. Level 2 is ensuring that we are integrating at systems level. And at system level, there are some few items that are key. One, the health workforce. We need to make sure that we are truly capacitating our providers, both community and the healthcare workers, on HIV integration. And we need to even go as further as in the pre-service training. The medicines and technologies. We need to make sure that if we're really providing integrate services at service delivery platforms, we need to have the commodities for both. So the forecasting and distribution and making commodities both for FP and HIV available is very key. The governance is also another bit that we really need to make sure that it really works. And here what I'm referring to is at the ministry level, the structures that are very verticalized, as you did mention. You have the National AIDS Control Program, you have the Directorate for Maternal Child Newborn Health. They are supposed to, and we are doing that a lot, to really work in synergy, plan together, integrate, and really have a common agenda for integration. The TWGs also that are respective need to make sure that they're truly highlighting and elevating the agenda. And last 2 things is financing, both external and internal, need to integrate. The big issue, I'm implementing this program in 5 countries. What you find is the donors or external support that is coming might be funding one intervention and does not require the implementer to implement the other intervention. What I refer here is you might have a HIV program that comes across, let's say, 8 million women of reproductive age group, but they do not package the interventions with family planning. And also, you know, the HMIS need to make sure that, you know, it captures integration data, and we're using that data to really make decisions about how to improve. And then the last level is at service delivery. Of course, here refers to co-locating services or offering one-stop kind of services, but also effective and stronger linkages and referrals. So I'd like to close by saying that, you know, you can do all these efforts to integrate. The one point is, if you are not measuring integration, if you do not have integration indicators, it will be like, engaging in a fight with a blindfold. So we truly need to make sure that integration indicator, HIV-FP, but also the overall RAMCA platform tracks these indicators, and these indicators are used to make decisions. And last but not least, you must engage the private sector. 40% of our beneficiaries or users of services access services at private health facilities. And if you focus only on public, you're going to miss out big time. And the last one is integration needs to have the voices and the insights of the users. Adolescent and youth are big users, as my colleague did mention. If we do not have their definition, if we do not engage them in planning, monitoring, we're definitely going to fail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Komba. And from your last statement, I will take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Zaki. And I have one question for you. We appreciate the contribution of non-health private companies in addressing some of the challenges in the social services sector as a part of corporate social responsibility policy. What will it take for the private companies in the country to come up with a sustainable mechanism that will ensure a more systematic approach towards responding to the country's health, population, and development goal?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a brilliant question. And I'm from private sector. I would like to check. Do we have private sector in the house? Do we have private sector? Please raise your hand if you're here in the hall. Private sector stakeholders, private sector member, raise up your hand. Okay, thank you. We are private sector, and as well alluded by the last speaker, that we need to engage private sector. So, Madam Chair, I'll start first by appreciating the efforts that private sector and industry is doing towards various interventions with or through the Ministry of Health. I think we all are very much aware of how private sector came handy during the COVID-19 outbreak. With my limited visibility, I witnessed not less than goods and supports worth more than 12.7 billion heading towards users, towards the health sector. But we all are witnesses to what private sector, industry, and enterprises did during the peak of AIDS in this world. Our workplaces turned to be consultating places, but also facilities to give. So just to mention just a few, we are doing that is expected of private sector. However, as your question poses, we are now going to take, or we wish to take, the participation of industry in private sector to new heights, new levels. And for that, we will need a different mechanism or approach altogether. And I wish to start my response by posing to the ministry, but also to yourself, Chair, to do justice, considering the importance of the subject matter, the role the private sector has to do, but also the magnitude of the issue on health, population, and development. We would request to have a dedicated 3 to 6 hour session to deliberate on this matter where private sector is on board and involved at its full space. So that's a recommendation to the ministry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Zaki for that request. I'm now ready to allow the question for the audience. Please be straight and to the point. If you have any comment or question, just raise your hand, I will see you. Yes, at the back. Where is the ushers? Where is the ushers? Where is? Who is here? I don't see the ushers.
Can I use this one?
Hello. Yes, we have discussed a lot on the issue of integration within healthy sectors. We didn't discuss on the integration between another sector which deals directly with those adolescents. For the issue of integration to other sectors, we know that some sectors like education sector deal directly with those teens. And yet, we didn't mention how we can approach those adolescents at that sector, forecasting the issue of family planning. As we know that those adolescents from the school is the one who get pregnant and didn't know how to raise their kids and themselves. As a result, malnutrition raised from those adolescents, and also some of maternal death and the school dropout. So I think my recommendation to the Ministry of Health that through this integration, apart from integrating within the healthy sector, we have to go beyond the healthy sector to the other sector where we can find those adolescents and we can do some issues concerning family planning to those age group at another sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The mic is working at your table. You can use your mic. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, presenters. I'm again Dr. Lipingo from Japaigo. I'm also a stakeholder in family planning. So my question is, looking at the indicators of family planning, especially the major indicators like CPR, unmet need, total fertility rate, how do you see they are helping in reducing maternal mortality that we have now? Thank you.
Who are you addressing to?
Probably Sigal or anybody else.
Okay. Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Musa Mohammed. I work for DSW. Yeah, I'm taking this to Alex Somari. We are seeing that Tanzania is struggling with burden of teenage pregnancy at 22%, with unmet need of 18% among young people. This means that we are still struggling with barriers to access to information FP among young people. Yet we have good policies in Tanzania that has been domesticated from regional protocol like Maputo Protocol. So what is your take, Alex, on the need for Tanzania government to prioritize having a standalone budget for young people to address unmet need for family planning and reduction of teenage pregnancy in this country? Thank you.
Thank you. The other one? Yes, this side. You can use your mic.
Thank you very much, Dada Zura. I have like two questions, and one goes to my brother, Dr. Sigara, that when he was sharing, he said, he concluded as if we need to ensure services availability so that the old topic that we have been speaking in this room from yesterday hold water. And in one of our presentations, I thought we would have more people in the house, like the people that are dealing with commodities, whereby when we're thinking of the services, we don't most of the time think of the commodities availability as well, whereby when you say the services availability, we must talk of the services in combination of all the services as well. So my question is, what is it being done to ensure that when we talk of the services, it is inclusive, taking in consideration that even at the council level or regional level, sometimes we run our programs in silos. You find somebody who is dealing with HIV, deals with HIV, and probably issue of the maternal and child health is less of their interest. So what is it being done to ensure that we break those silos from the national level, regional level, council level, even at the facility and among the partners? But the other question goes to Mr. Zaki. Sorry if I misspell your name. It seems like we are supposed to involve the private sector, and it is like that, and we are supposed to. But how much has the private sector been capacitated to know that specifically we need to offer this service, and what is the implication of the actions? I would use an example like we get the P2 from the private sector, right? And it is a big business. But do the private sector knows that what are the implications of selling that P2 early in the morning? That lady just get P2, pay 5,000, they make some shillings, and then do they know what is the effect of what they just did? Are they capacitated? Are they informed of what they can do and what they cannot do, and how, to what magnitude they can do it? Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can provide the time for the response from the panelists, starting with Dr. Sigala.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions that have come from the audience. I have 3 questions here.
Yep.
Yeah, the first question was on adolescent in schools, and how do we reach out with the services to adolescent in the schools? And there was an advice for the Ministry of Health to go beyond and integrate with other sectors.
Yeah.
That is a call which is loud and clear. However, we have to start at one point, then go to the other point. Those who have experience in family planning service delivery in the country, I think they would know that most of the schools were out of bound with SRH information and services. But that has been turned around. Currently, there is an approved curriculum which provides age-specific information and skills at school, and this curriculum is delivered by teachers. So teachers are capacitated to provide those information. Services are not allowed in schools, that is understandable, and in case such services are available, then they can be accessed at healthcare facilities beyond schools. I think there's a long way to go to ensure that everything is delivered under a supermarket approach, but I think that is a good start for now. Dr. Lipingu has asked, how do I see the current indicators, achievements, if they are really contributing to the reduction in maternal mortality? Indeed, yes. Yep. At Maristops, we have what we call impact calculator, where you have to input the number of services which are delivered. And that gives you a couple years of protection, meaning that these couples will be protected with these services at a certain time. And during those periods of protection, it means those women are not exposed to adverse pregnancy-related risks. And if you look at the services which are currently provided in Tanzania, when we have a CPR of 31%, actually 22,000 maternal deaths are averted. The last question from my brother was, from my brother at Gender Health, was availability of services. How do we see it? And commodity should be part of it. Indeed, there are different approaches for service delivery. And the best approach which is currently advocated is the health system strengthening. And a health system strengthening, you are looking at a holistic approach where you're asking yourselves, for you to deliver quality care, what do you need? You need human resource who are trained, skilled, and are able to deliver such services at a competent level. You need equipment for insertion, for example, for IUCD and related services. You actually need commodities, and commodity availability is one of the important aspects within the health system strengthening. You need demand generation and linkage with community. Actually, all those together, they put you to a place where you are in a position of providing quality care. However, you need also continuum of care, even the community. So the issue of availability of emergency contraceptives at a close place next door where anyone can access such services is important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sigala. Yes, Mr. Zaki, you can respond in the issues of commodities. Then Alex will follow.
So thank you very much. The concern on the commodities and the role played by private sector, it's key and noted. It's quite a sensitive area, and definitely, as we all know, the procedure it takes to be a certified and accredited provider of commodities that are linked to health, to family planning, as P2 has been sourced out. It's involved, and there is definitely a room for improvement for that subject, in a sense that capacity building is needed on a regular basis as technology changes, but also requirements are changing from time to time. But as private sector is concerned, when it comes to health and medical related aspects, the established statutory procedures are involved to make sure that one is certified, trained, skilled, and able to provide such services and commodities when needed. So we adhere to that, and if there are discrepancies or shortcomings, it's an area of improvement that requires our attention. Maybe along with this question, much as our request to have a dedicated session has been submitted to the ministry, I wish to hint on a few areas which can be done in relationship to creating a systematic but also sustainable mechanism of getting private sector to contribute and participate into making the matters related to health planning, but also development sensitive. As well alluded by the keynote speaker, the RAMCA initiatives, the health-related but also population and development aspects require commitment, but also collaboration, as well as accountability. So as one of the recommendations that we are putting forward to have a mechanism that is sustainable, first of all, is to involve all key stakeholders. It's never a one-man show. And for this matter to happen, it's important that we map all key stakeholders. I've given just 5 of them, which can be improved. Number 1 is private sector. That has to be involved. But also we have the government here, both local and central government through the ministry and other agencies. But also we need to involve the health institutions. They have to be part and parcel of this process. Then we have support organizations. By support organization, I'm referring to private sector organizations, I'm referring to CSOs, civil society organizations, but also I'm referring to NGOs and professional bodies. All this must come on board to make sure that we have a mechanism, a sustainable mechanism. And each one has got a strategic role to play, and in this way we'll be able to. So I'll just mention just a few things that we can do, or we can focus as a way of implementing to get this through. First of all, to make it more formal and systematic, we need to explore exhaustively the just approved or amended Public-Private Act, PPP, the PPP Act, which provides an avenue for private and public sector to work alongside this. But also the government has a role to create incentives and policies to make sure that private sector is able to participate, but also explore or take advantage, leverage on the corporate social responsibilities. Although from private sector we are now diverting from CSR to CSI, it's corporate social investment, so that it can be tabled, it can be a budget item within our plans. As I requested, I know there are a number of things that I wish to recommend, but I think if we will be granted an opportunity, of which we'll be more than happy to participate in coordinating such a stakeholder engagement to really come up with a resource mobilization strategy towards health planning, but also development goals. I think that would be highly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Mr. Zaki. To wind up our session, I'm very sorry we cannot respond to every question that asks. I know we have a question to Alex on FP 2030. Very brief, can you respond it?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much. Just a quick one on that is to note that teenage pregnancy is not only a problem in Tanzania. We have noted as FP 2030 within the region that that's a big problem. But one quick thing to note is that most countries have actually prioritized adolescents, and I'm happy to let you know that in Tanzania, it is the first commitment around the issue of improving access to information and services for adolescents in Tanzania, and our youth focal point is very, very instrumental in leading that process. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for valuable contribution. Thank you very much my panelists and my keynote speaker. I would like to say that our session is closed. Until next time. Thank you.
Okay, another round of applause to the team. Yeah, you know, when family planning is a passionate subject, so when you have passionate people talk about it, it's very difficult for them to, you know, finish within 1 hour. But I think we learned a big deal during the, you know, the talk that they gave us. Asanteni sana na wapongeza sana na tuwashukuru. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is time for us to go to the breakout sessions. So I will, again, as I did in the morning, the previous breakout session, I will also want to take for the people who do not have a program, at least to know where you can go. So we have a topic on a triple elimination, interventions in the tracking. This is is being moderated by Dr. Albert Magohe, and it is in Ruhaha. Okay, Ruhaha, triple elimination. And we have a topic on HPV, the future of cervical cancer prevention, moderated by Dr. Mary Rose Giatas, and this is in Mikumi Hall. The topic on what does it take to establish care for the small and the sick newborns for sick newborns, moderated by Dr. Felix Bundala from the Ministry of Health. It will be in Sardani Hall. We have also a topic for cesarean section indications and complications for clinicians and the surgeons and the midwives. This is being moderated by Dr. Matri Dangalina, who is the president of Agota, and this topic is in Mafia Hall. Another topic is all about adolescents, any interest in issues related to adolescent reproductive health. It is moderated by Esteria Kisoka, and this would be at Uduzungwa Hall. The last one is on a nutritional status, so anything to do with the RMNSH and the nutrition, and this is being moderated by Dr. Geoffrey Mchau, and it will be in Amboni. Moderators, please, you will have 1 hour, strictly 1 hour, to finish all your sessions, and we are supposed to meet together back here at 4:25. Asanteni sana na nawatakia masomo mema. Habari za mchana. Karibuni. Naomba tusaidiane kualika pia ndugu zetu na wale ambao mlikuwa mmekodi ukumbi kwa vikao mmalizie. Mkutano una resume in 5 minutes. So if you have any colleague still outside, please let them come in. Ushers, naomba mtusaidie kuwaita watu ambao kwenye breakout sessions. We are resuming the plenary in 5 minutes. Ushers, please pass the message to all your colleagues and the people still in the breakout rooms that the plenary is resuming in 5 minutes. We are resuming the sessions in the main hall in 5 minutes. So please, let's get ready. We are getting closer. We are past halfway. So we should be getting done in less than 1.5 days. Nimeshawaambia waanze kuzifanya, nilijua hicho kitakuja. Lakini kesho sababu tulikuwa tunajua tushafanya similar event kule Katavi. Sawa. Bora tunakumia hizo Katavi kwa sababu tulifanya mpaka ikapata clearance huko. Alitumiaga nani Lulu. Haya, sawa. Ndio hizo zilishapata clearance za nani za Katavi. Haya. Asante sana. Good afternoon once again. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao tumerudi kwa wakati, na kwa wale ambao bado hawajarudi, please tuhamasishane tuweze kurudi ndani. It is time for a plenary session ambayo tuna plenary yetu ya mwisho for today, so and it's going to be very exciting. I can tell you there is a very good team of panelists and a keynote speaker who deliver very good content. So please come in and join us for this very exciting plenary. Ushers, please, if you can mobilize people to come back in. Just let them know that the session is starting now, and I'm sure everyone wants to be part of this session. So I will go ahead and introduce the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on our next session is on adolescent and the youth-friendly services in Tanzania, policies, access, and utilization. Where are we? And the chair of this person is Ms. Wema Moyo. Wema has over 13 years of experience in public health. She holds a master's of degree in healthcare leadership from Friends University, Wichita, Kansas, USA, and a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and Public Administration from University of Dar es Salaam. Wema Moyo has provided over years technical and managerial leadership in SALAAM and SAH and the nutrition programs in policy development, access, utilization, scale up, and sustainability. Wema has also worked to develop national curricula and improving quality care in SALAAM and SAH and the nutrition. Ms. Wema, she currently works with the Plan International as the head of health and nutrition. Prior to that, she worked with the Maristops as projects lead and the Pathfinder International as technical advisor community programs. Wema holds vast experience working with the various development partners and funding agencies. And she will bring all that experience to the moderation and the leadership of this very exciting plenary session. Karibu sana, Ms. Wema, naomba wote tupige makofi kwa kumkaribisha mwenyekiti. Hata kama tuko wachache, makofi hayatoshi. Tupige makofi mpaka afike hapa. Asante kwa kunisupport. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just wondering, should we start with the very few people that are here? We just go ahead? Okay, let me just introduce the panels. So, let me introduce the keynote speaker first, Dr. Rutasha. Who is Dr. Rutasha Daddy? Dr. Rutasha Daddy is a very well-known registered international health systems public health practitioner. His leadership vision focuses on a development agenda that ensures systematic response to poverty, eradication, gender equality, human rights-based programming. His current work involves consulting and programming with diverse multilateral, bilateral, CSOs, corporate, and government stakeholders. He is a founder and executive director of Rutasha Veracity Institute, RVI International, formerly Equitan, and Social Franchise, a consulting firm for researching programming in health, population development sector. He is very special, he has special interest in urban programming for inclusive and innovative sexual reproductive health and transformational changes. Welcome, Dr. Rutasha. Karibu.
I was asking my friend here, my dearest friend, if should I say good afternoon or good evening, and they told me that I say good afternoon. You know the confusion in Swahili, thinking we have asubuhi, mchana, jioni. It's almost jioni. Thank you very much. First, for the committee for really giving me this opportunity and having a privilege to provide a keynote address, especially on adolescents. I have 10 minutes and I want to make use of them very wisely. Firstly, I was really thinking about adolescent. Who is adolescent? I know we have international definition of adolescent by age. But I have a question: does boys and the girls grow alike? No, to me it is not, because I was still in fact, I had my last molar when I was 24. And I think my sisters and my age mates at 18, they had already completed their teething process. So it is really very difficult to compare boys and the girls. But again, I remember one time when I was with my thirdborn, and I took her to the clinic. She was sick, and I took her to Aga Khan. She was 9 to 10, and she used to be attended by a pediatrician. But when we were there, she looked at the signboard and said, "No, Daddy, I'm not a pediatric case. Can you take me to somebody else?" I didn't have choice but to look for a physician. So is there a firewall of age between adolescent, you are saying between from childhood to adulthood? There is no firewall, and the timing of entry. Last year, my first grandson grandchild was 10, and I told him, "Oh, Dr. Daddy," his name is Dr. Daddy. "Dr. Daddy, you are now a teen," and he was wondering, who is a teen? He's a boy. He don't know. I'm just talking about the definition and the construction of adolescent in our learning and the practice. And the gap which you are seeing in the practice for my daughter, who is now a medical doctor and a graduate, she was asking me a question: who is an adolescent? When do you start? Is there a firewall of this line, 10 to 14, early adolescent, middle adolescent, late adolescent, those stages, but we are not growing alike between men. So this is just a challenge. But the second question, actually, I think we needed to just think aloud is SDG. Now I'll go to policy. The SDG 3 is about health and the well-being. But do we have indicators for well-being? Can you tell me in this room, how do we measure well-being? I don't if you have indicators for tracking well-being. I'm sure of the health indicators, but I doubt if you have that. And if that is a gap, I think this is a global gap which needs to be discussed. In fact, that's what I want to drive you to. When you are developing the RMNCH 3 commonly as a 1+3, in fact, it's a story. In the past, we used to have child strategy, reproductive health strategy, adolescent strategy, and the like. So then we agreed, I think it was 2017 or 16, but let us have one plan. Then you said, let us have one plan. That's why we have 1+2, 1+3, now one. So when we were developing 1+3 was during the eve of the global strategy for women, children, and adolescents, and the nutrition. Nutrition is plus nutrition. So the way the global strategy was constructed was also contextualized in Tanzania into these three main operational framework: survival, transform, and thrive. In fact, it's just my graphics, but otherwise, survive is up there, thrive is up there, and transform is down there. It can have a meaning, actually, when you are looking at that. But what does it entail? Survival, I leave this to our colleagues who have been talking much about ending preventable death, where biomedical intervention are very important in the adolescent inclusive. But when we are talking of ensuring health and the well-being, particularly my second variable, the well-being, I mean, we lose some of key issues. The third is one which I want to really talk about: transformation, moving from one. How is transformation measured actually globally and within our programs? One is about poverty, eradication of poverty. So should we hold Dr. Makwani. By the way, Dr. Makwani, it is his birthday today. I learned today that today is his birthday. You can wish him quickly, and when you go back, that he will say a lot of best wishes. Eradicating poverty. Quality education. At least if I can talk about these two. And how are they measured globally during Human Development Index? Because Human Development Index, which is actually about the well-being portion, which is discussed less, is talking more about social determinant of health. According to WHO, it is thought that social determinant of health account for 40 to 70% of gain in the health sector. So those who have decided to invest in education, quality education, and we have regions, by example, poverty, addressing poverty, are doing much better also in the indicators on health and the well-being. So mine really, I want to just provoke you. I just want to provoke the discussion and the thinking. But we just need to think beyond what we are thinking about adolescent. Adolescent is not just a person by age who should be defined by age, that today you are 10, so if you have twins who are 10 today, a girl and a boy, you think that they are all equal in terms of development. No. Girls actually, even programming might also require a different way of approach. Just finishing my closing my topic. Kupanga ni kuchagua. Kupanga ni kuchagua. For those who are there during before computer, BC, you remember this was a statement by Mwalimu Nyerere. He made this statement on 26th May 1969. But we must really see how we invest. We must really see how we invest our resources. And where do you think that you can gain more? As much we talk about health, but the the scale of adolescent is multisectoral. It is multisectoral. And sometimes the gain we see in indicators are not just because of biomedical intervention, but because of other intervention, the education system, the quality education, the poverty eradication, and the like. You know, Mwalimu had the best way, his sanctity in terms of coining words were very simple. Once said that we have three enemies. Tuna maadui watatu. Every Tanzanian knows that. And he was successful, he was using Swahili. And I would really love to use Swahili at this point. Alisema ili tuendelee tunahitaji mambo manne. Ili tuendelee tunahitaji mambo manne. Alisema tunahitaji watu, tunahitaji siasa safi. Siasa safi kule kwenye ni policy, nice policies. Siasa safi zinatoka kwenye policies. Alisema na uongozi bora, na nini nyingine? Ardhi, siasa safi, uongozi bora, na watu. Watu hawa ndio kuna adolescent wako humo ndani ya watu. Kwa huwezi kupata watu wazuri, a human capital erosion, if you have not invested in adolescent. You will get the gain actually in terms of longevity ya age kama uli invest huko kwenye. If you have not invested kwenye ustawi wa mtoto, kwenye well-being, kumpa chakula kizuri, you don't expect the gain. Baadaye ndiye akasema kupanga ni kufanya nini? Ni kuchagua. We must really see where do we really reap more. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rutasha, for your insights in why to invest in adolescents, taking us back to time of Nyerere, na kuona kupanga kweli ni kuchagua still should be considered, although it was said back then, still important now. So I'd like to welcome the other panels that will be part of the session today on adolescent and youth-friendly service in Tanzania, policies, access, utilization. Where are we? So we'll talk about where we are. I'd welcome Gerard Kiwele, Dr. Mary Mwanyika Sando, Dr. Geoffrey Mchau. Karibuni. Yes. Please come to the floor. Cecilia Shirima also. Okay, so as you're coming, yes, I think I have everyone. Yes, she's there. So let me start with the person near to me here. Gerard Kiwele is working with the Ministry of Health as a coordinator for gender and adolescent health. He holds a bachelor and master's science degree from St. John's and Dodoma University. Gerard Kiwele work related interests are conducting participatory innovative thinking on strengthening health system and other building blocks at large, and daily update on local public health issues and global health matters. Let me put on my glasses. That's better. As a coordinator, Gerard is responsible for development of guidelines, policies, strategies, training packages, and SOP-related gender adolescent health. Welcome, Gerard Kilele. Dr. Geoffrey, sorry, let me go to the next person. Dr. Mary Mwanyika Sando, she is the Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Academy for Public Health, that's AAPH. She has extensive experience in the design, implementation of maternal child health and nutrition programs with her work with different institutions. At AAPH, Dr. Mwanyika Sando is leading efforts to advance implementation of scientific research, training, capacity building, as well with translation of scientific evidence into policy and practice. Okay. Next to my left is Dr. Geoffrey Mchau. He's an epidemiologist with more than 17 years of experience in program research management and disease surveillance, prevention, control at the Ministry of Health and TFNC, Tanzania Food and Nutrition Center. He's experienced in organizing, planning, coordinating, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating strategies and programs for disease control in the country. As an experienced researcher in nutrition and health, he offers a potential linkage between academics, research, and policy change, influence at the Ministry of Health as the key aspect of the outcome of various research and interventions. Last but not least, Ms. Cecilia Shirima. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Young and Alive Initiative, an organization that mobilizes adolescents and youth to support sexual reproductive health rights and justice systems. Ms. Shirima is a feminist, gender expert clinician from Tanzania, over 10 years experience. She has been passionately involved in advocating for sexual reproductive health and rights. Her work has included several delivery, community work, advocacy, leadership, facilitation, mentorship, and coaching to other upcoming young leaders. She began as a co-founder of a student-led sexual health club in Mtwara, Tanzania in 2011-2012. From there, she progressed to become a clinician-led, where she provided SRH services and information to women and young individuals, including CTC services from 2013 to 2019. Please give a clap to the panelists. Thank you. So, as I said, our topic today is on adolescent and youth-friendly services in Tanzania. Policies, access, utilization, where are we? Let me start with you, Gerard, from the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health has made very good progress in ASRH with several commitments, policies, guidelines, action plans, programs, and advocacy efforts. What is with this favorable environment, what should we do more to support implementation of SRH policies? Take that note, and then I'll ask you a second one if you can remember the second question. Tanzania commits to reach more, to train more than 500 teachers and matrons and patrons on comprehensive age-appropriate life skills education that is inclusive of sexual and reproductive health, as well as comprehensive correct information which will allow adolescent and young people to make a safe transition from childhood to adulthood. In this regard to comprehensive age-appropriate life skills education, are we on the right track to this commitment? Karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you. Yes, I understand as a government in collaboration with implementing partners, CSO, and the development partners, we have done a lot on adolescent health and the improvement of well-being. Yet we have the unfinished agenda. That's why we are trying to collaborate with implementing partners, doing some analysis on the policy gaps to see whether there is something best that we can do to improve it through the policy. I can mention some. I can mention an example through the CPIA project, Ifakala Health Institute. We are doing some analysis of policy gap around the SRH and see how we can try to fix it better so as to address the challenges that they are facing, our adolescent and young people. But I understand also through the investment that we have been doing in collaboration with the implementing partners, several gains has been noted. The empowerment of healthy facilities, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the capacity building to healthcare provider to respond on the needs of our adolescent and the young people, the empowerment of the adolescent themselves so as they can have the positive attitudes, the positive seeking behavior of the SRH services, and the sensitizations has been done to the community level, including the parents, religious leaders, and guardians, so that they can have a positive push to these adolescent and young people, so that they can have a positive seeking. The comprehensive sexuality education within the education system. There is a bit, we are lagging behind a bit, though there is some initiatives to integrate the content, the CSC content that's response to the needs of our young people. That's response to the need of our adolescent. So hopefully, with the move, we will make it in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. Then the second one was, it was about the commitment, commitment of, okay. Yes, I had, in relation to the CSE, Comprehensive Sexuality Education, yes, there was a commitment of training more than 500 school teachers and the parents and the others, I think. We went a bit further. We have managed to train more than 30,000 school teachers countrywide on the CSE, of which we are expecting them, after getting the training, so they can go and train other teachers, and at least to make the SRH clubs within their schools to be alive. And the efforts actually is underway, and through the partnership of the TACAIDS, the UNESCO, the Mario Stops, and other implementing partners, we are still working on it. For teachers countrywide, so as we can actualize the CSC indicators. As you may know that within the ESA commitment, the country has committed to adhere on the indicators responding to the CSC. So we understand and we are doing it so as we can respond in a trust way to the ESA commitment as we are committed as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Thank you very much for your answers, and it's great to know that we have progressed well, especially with the life skills or comprehensive age-appropriate education commitments that we had. Yes, so let's go to Dr. Mary Sando. We have recently, heard about the DHIS report 2022. Can you tell us what is the magnitude and visible impacts of teenage pregnancy that we are seeing now, and more so translate that, what would we see expected? I know you're not, but just thinking of where we would be in issues of teenage pregnancies by year 2030. So that's first highlight, first area would give us insights, and then the second area, if you can speak more on, explain the current protection measures for girls from teenage pregnancies. And in your opinion, what can be done more to protect these girls from teenage pregnancy? Welcome.
Thank you, Wema, for the kind introduction, and I'm honored to be part of this panel. I appreciate being invited to by the organizers. So, question I've been asked is very timely in terms of the fact that we have just been talking about our latest findings from our country survey of 2022, where we have seen among those areas where we've made progress is decrease in teenage pregnancies. From earlier in 2016-15, 27%, to now the record standing at 22%. But what does that mean? Of course, it's still high. The need definitely is still there for us to enhance our efforts, maybe even to accelerate. So just quickly on things that I'm sure we here in this converted community are quite aware, when young girls or young women are pregnant, when they're less than 20, they are twice as likely to have health-related complications during their pregnancy and delivery. When they're much younger, less than 15, that is even higher, 5 times more likely to have maternal-related complications. And of course, we understand as well why. They're still too young for their bodies to bear and to deliver safely. Therefore, in terms of the impact, their health detrimental effects, which include preterm delivery, which would definitely affect the health of the mother and that of the newborn, where we would have prematurity and complications that come around that. But we also have complications whereby the young girls very likely also to have obstruction during labor. And therefore, this necessitates the need for ensuring that an experienced healthcare provider, facility that can support them where there is need is there to avoid them getting complications out of obstructed labor such as fistula. So there's many health detrimental effects, including mental and psychological challenges. Imagine a girl who is in secondary school in Form 1 or Form 2, was going to school, thriving, having fun, and still playing and you know, in that transition from being a younger child to now into an older one, transitioning into a younger woman and hopefully into an older grown woman, and is all of a sudden pregnant. Therefore, mentally and psychologically, just that thinking that there's something inside me, growing inside me, not really understanding what exactly all this is, by itself brings a lot of a big toll to these young girls. They are prone to psychological challenges, they are prone to suicidal ideation, they are prone to depression during and even after delivery. So we, you know, lots of health-related challenges. But also in terms of social, culturally, they may be isolated even within their own families. They may be isolated in the community that they live. They may be looked down at even by elders, maybe religious leaders, etc. So they feel alone and they feel like they've really committed a big crime. And therefore there's a lot of all these detrimental effects that shatter their dreams. But overall, besides the many complications and the many challenges and the negative effects of teenage pregnancy, is the overall big challenge that we may not really always look at, because we see health, we can see, but then overall there is an impact on our economy. When a young girl who has dreams and aspirations is suddenly becoming pregnant, then she has to pause, maybe pick up on school later, she gets into this vicious cycle of poverty, depending on maybe where she's coming from. But we saw data yesterday that really highlights that most of the young girls that also fall pregnant during these early ages are also maybe within the lower, mid-lower socioeconomic status. And therefore, if you're speaking about a young girl who's coming from that difficult circumstances, becoming pregnant, and looking at her dreams almost being shattered, it means at the end of the day, we are creating that vicious cycle or more or less of poverty. And this has detrimental effects to our community, to our country as a whole in terms of economic development. And we all know, it's quite clear in all communities worldwide, and science has proven that when you educate a woman, you educate a community. And therefore, it's a big loss to our nation overall. So in terms of the impact, maybe I would stop there and highlight on a few aspects of what is being done or what can be done. Gerald spoke about policies. We have the right policies, but are we really able to implement all the policies all the way to the ground? Yesterday we were talking about respectful maternity care, and there was a similar comment. Are these policies really being integrated and actually put into action all the way to the ground? So policies, yes, are there, but maybe there is still a gap there to enhance them. But when we look at other aspects, girls who are in school, being in school may be a protective factor. It is proven with evidence. Busy and they're in school, they are more likely to be less risky in terms of getting pregnant, but also if they are empowered and encouraged and have an opportunity of knowing where to go, even if they are faced with temptation or they are encouraged to do things that may put them at risk, then it is important that these structures are in place to enable them to have the support, the guidance, the counseling that they need at a particular time. It is important that in terms of policy, that we also ensure that we pick up from where we are. We have, end of last month, they've delivered 13 to 19-year-old age range, 64 adolescents, and all of them have had a live birth. So there are things that we should learn, and most people spoke about we need to find programs or find a way that we can be able to take care of this specific group and not just bundle them into a group of all women who come into antenatal labor and delivery. So I think there are things that we can plan and do and reorganize ourselves to be able to ensure that we are able to care and cater for better, first prevent the pregnancies, but if those that become pregnant, then ensure that they have a safe delivery and have a safety net and structures that would support them so that they're able to go back to school and hopefully pick up from where they left, although it's not usually easy. Thank you, I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary Mwanyika Sando, for again reminding the multi-stakeholders why we need to continue investing in reducing teenage pregnancies, seeing that we have a 5% reduction from the last DHS, and us as the implementing partners continue to question ourselves what more we can do. So next I'll go to Ms. Cecilia Shirima. Just keep the nutrition component waiting a bit. So you are to talk a bit more about barriers in utilization of ASRH services. Various multi-stakeholders have been working hard to improve adolescent access to SRH services, including adolescents with disabilities. They face several societal stereotypes and limited access to information in ASRH services. If you can tell us, in what ways do young people encounter obstacles as they access ASRH information and services, and what has proved successful in reducing instances of these obstacles? And question number 2, if you can remember, what strategies and best practices are to be employed toward increasing access and utilization of ASRH services and information, including the adolescent with disability, taking that you are one of the great implementers in improving ASRH services from your organization. Karibu.
Asante. Thank you, Wema, and I'm honored and humbled to be in your panel. As what young people have encountered, starting with limitation and insufficient adolescent and youth-friendly services, as whole as package, but as well as how integrated it is. Like, we are here as partners who provide the services, who support the services, but the question is, are these services that we are talking about still, young people still wondering about the time? Are we making sure that the time is sufficient for service provision to young people? Talking about provider bias is the big challenge, and some of the partners here have been presenting about the data regarding provider bias. And the question is around, are we still doing a lot of capacity building to healthcare providers? Are we doing enough refreshing courses to them? Because if the provider bias is still the gap, that's making young people not utilizing the services, what are we doing? So it's the big gap to providers as well. But are these services integrated enough? If we are providing the services of HIV, are we making sure that all the services of SRHR are provided to young people? So I think there is big gap regarding youth-friendly services on the issue of integration, as well as the package when we say youth-friendly services. Young people still, adolescent and young people are still not getting the whole package as how it's supposed to be. And if there are, I will talk on the area of capacity building to providers, because I know that, yes, Gerard, you say that we have some of the healthcare providers that have been capacitated well. But there is a question of, are they maintained in the clinics where they're supposed to be? Because sometimes you go in the clinic today, tomorrow the healthcare provider has been shifted, maybe to ICU, maybe to other places. So these healthcare providers should be maintained in the space, so that if we are training other healthcare providers, we increase the number. Rather, it will be like we are talking about youth-friendly services and still not achieving. Coming to the another point is limitation and insufficiency and less comprehensive sexuality education. You have been talking about comprehensive sexuality education. That is a big, big gap. Where are these materials are? What are the sites where young people are getting? Who is providing this information? How are young people getting all this information? If you come on the, maybe come across any adolescent today and asking, do you know one site where you can get a comprehensive information, like with enough language that is inclusive to young people with disability, and the information that is easy, like in Swahili, is real hard. But when you come to the group, because young people are not homogeneous, they are one from school, they are one from the community, even though also they are different in their ages. So even this information should be comprised relating to the age related. Currently, we all know that we have been seeing the videos of young people, I could say school children, singing about "Don't Touch My Body." The question is, if now they are singing about "Don't Touch My Body," what next information they need to know if you want them to be protected? So there is a lot of information that is needed for young people and adolescents, but we have to know from which grade they're supposed to get information, and what information, and who are they giving this information. Are teachers capacitated enough to give this information to adolescents and young people in schools and in the community, to those who are in community? Are partners providing the enough information? Where are the sources of information? Going to enabling environments, we know that we have NIA, and NIA is going to fade on 2024. Gerard, you are here, and other partners. The question is, how is young people engaged through NIA? Because if you are saying that we want young people to be engaged, we have many of the champions of sexual and reproductive health and rights, but the question is, are these young people engaged enough to these policies? Because if you are creating the policies to them, we have to know that they have to know all these policies as well. If you are creating this agenda to them, they have to know what does this agenda says, and they have to be engaged. They have to own it, so that they have to know how to champion the agenda. When it comes to the strategies, I could say, I will talk specifically for what Young and Alive Initiative have been doing. When it comes to social and behavioral change communication, we have been trying, because we know young people like music, young people like storytelling, young people like arts. So we are not going to employ different other mechanisms that cannot work to young people. So using music, it's very important. Using storytelling. Storytelling is both achieved stories and both emotional stories. We know that we have a lot of stories around, but we have to keep employing. As partners, if you keep using stories, especially those stories come from young people themselves, because they own the stories. They know what is happening into the community. The music. We know that most of the music that's in Tanzania, some of them, they are the, I would say they're the reason of changing behavior in the bad way. And we have to employ on the artists who who can make more music that change the community perception and narrative regarding to information of sexual and reproductive health. Coming to the information, what Young and Alive Initiative have been doing is making sure that we are trying to create a space where young people can keep asking questions. We have a Facebook of Tuongee Uzazi wa Mpango where young people come and ask questions. We have more than 11,000 subscribers. And the question is around what is family planning? They say P2 is bad. Where do I get P2? If I want to know the information about condom, does this mean? And we find it like we have to shift it from Facebook use. Currently we have manju.health is the platform where young people come and keep asking questions. We start work with some of the doctors on how they can keep interacting with young people, because most of the adolescent and young people nowadays, they have a smartphone. I could say, like, if you have children, they have smartphone. Sometimes they will use your smartphone. And if they go into this site, at least they could ask questions. But if they ask questions also, they will find someone who have right information to give to them. But if they just go to Google and they ask, what is kitanzi? At the end of the day, the answer that comes, we all know. There is kitanzi is kibaya, kitanzi do this, kitanzi whatever. But we need more sites, but also we need to employ on the site that we have. Going back on male involvement, we are not going to leave young boys behind. There is a lot of intervention. I'm a feminist, but I also understand when we talk about male involvement, we have to talk about behavioral change. We have to employ a lot on behavioral change, especially to young boys, on how they can be, they can have positive masculinity on this issue. When we speak with young people and adolescents on issue of menstrual health, and we say we are going to speak with girls and forget boys, we have to remember that if there is stigma on menstrual health, it will face a girl, but the one who will increase that stigma will be a boy. So we have to make sure that the education that we are giving to girls goes the same way to boys. And we have to also make sure that the boys have enough knowledge the same way that we are giving to girls, because they are the one increasing stereotypes, they are the one sometimes not even advice about family planning. Because if you are going to talk about maybe teenage pregnancy, some girls, they don't know even how to protect themselves from teenage pregnancy. And the one who impregnated the girls are the boys. So we are not leaving young boys aside for any excuse. We have to make sure that they are on the table and they are responsible with knowledge and education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shirima, for reminding us again that we need to be creative, innovative in our approaches. Now we should go beyond, don't touch my body, eh? That song, serio. But we should have proper songs, eh? She hasn't said just any song to the young people. Thank you so much for reminding us about innovation and creativity in educating young people. So the last speaker, I think I'll just have to ask you one question due to time. And that one question would be, Dr. Mchao, the food environment significantly influences people's dietary choices, and curbing the consumption of unhealthy foods is closely associated with reducing the prevalence of non-communicable diseases, which place a significant burden on the national health budget. What should the country prioritize to safeguard the food environment, eventually putting a stop to unhealthy food choices, particularly among young people? Karibu, Dr. Mchao.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity for me to share experience on adolescent and to be among the panelists. Maybe I will start with a few statistics. We did a survey 2021 across the country, and we realized that 44% of the school are surrounded by food vendors. And for those 44% which are surrounded by food vendors, 68%, those are small shops and magenge. They are selling various type of foods. And what are they selling? They're selling 87% deep fried food, 86.1 flavored milk, and get note, these are not milk, the colored, it look like milk, but it's not milk. 82% is sweet, 73 is ice cream, and over 70 is carbonated drink. This is high energy dense drink. So this shows that we have problem around the school environment which need to be addressed. And we published a paper recently which shows that this overweight is 4.2%, but also when you look at the triple burden has increased to 13.5%, the double burden, which means adolescent can be overweight, anemic, or stunted, that is 13%, but also the triple burden is 0.8. So all these statistics show that we have nutrition issues among adolescents. And I would say that adolescents, they are very easy to be influenced by what they see from the media, social media, from the billboards, from the parent as well. As you can see, more people are interested to pizza and more fried food than stiff porridge and other foods. And also the statistics shows that among the students which attend school, over 39% they don't take breakfast at all. So they need some amount of money to buy something. And that's something which around the school environment is what I've listed here. So I think there's a need to create a safe school environment that will foster good behavior when it's come to food choices, because the nutrition the statistics show that the nutrition status of adolescent and school age is not good. And we all know that we are preparing for future generation. Thank you for the keynote speaker that the adolescents which you see now, there will be fathers and mothers in the next generation. So there's a need of a paradigm shift from the investment which we are doing now to the adolescent, so that to alleviate the effect that we'll see in the next population, in the next generation, because we'll be seeing more of NCDs, because of the increased exposure to food which are not good, which accelerates the overweight and the like. So there's a need to develop policies that strict kind of food which people are selling around the schools. That's one. But also, to me, if you ask me, I'll find that the school age and adolescents, it's easy to conduct some intervention because they are confined for 7 good years. So it's also a second window of opportunity to address most of the nutrition challenges, but it's easy to control. If you provide food which are fortified, you can address a number of nutrition issues, like we prepare them to be good mothers. And when you become pregnant with the issue of anemia, it will cause problem and the cycles continue. So there's a need to address this environments around the school as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Geoffrey. Thank you for reminding us or informing us what should we do to improve adolescent nutrition, reminding us of the billboards that are there already with pizza and hamburgers, etc. Probably not only for our adolescent, maybe also for us. So I'd like to welcome the floor for questions. We don't have a lot of time, but if you could be very brief, very, very, very brief. We'll take probably 4 questions, if possible, maybe 1 for each of the panelists. If you have maybe a question also to the keynote speaker, you can let us know. Any comments, questions, additions? Okay. Karibu. There's a lady over there. Very brief. You wearing white, yes. Karibu. It's not working. Okay.
Good evening.
Okay. Is there anyone else who has a question while we're trying? Okay, Karibu.
Oh, okay, I can go ahead. Good evening.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, a question to an insight to, I think, Youth Alive. You have talked so much about youth-friendly service provision, but I'm concerned about, with the existence of NAIA in Tanzania, I'm concerned about expanding access to reproductive health services, especially family planning, information and commodities to young people with disability, with major focus on those with the vision and hearing impairment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a second question. Karibu.
Naitwa Yahaya. Kwanza mifumo yetu haiko vizuri. Tunaimba sana friendly services lakini sicho tunachokifanya. Tunafanya prevention, tunafanya treatment zaidi. Hawa vijana wanakuja wakiwa wanaumwa, lakini sisi hatufanyi hii friendly services. Nilikuwa na shauri kwamba twende mashuleni, lakini pia mifumo iweze kuwa mizuri ambapo tutawafuata kule. Lakini pia tukiwafuata hata mashuleni, vipi mifumo ikoje kulingana na kacha na nini? Tunaenda kuzungumza condom, si ndio? Ikoje katika mifumo yao na mitaala ya elimu? Kwa bado kuna changamoto. Lakini pia tunaongelea wale vijana ambao wako shuleni, au tunaongelea vijana, je, vipi vijana ambao wako mitaani? Lakini pia tuna mjini na vijijini. Watu wa vijijini hasa mashuleni, mfano watoto wale wanapokuwa wamepumzika siku ya Jumamosi, wa vijijini wanaenda mashambani. Kwa hiyo hata ukisema kwamba tunasema friendly services vituoni kwamba tuweze kuweka Jumamosi, hakuna mtu akuja kule. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa na shauri kitu kama hicho. Asante sana. Lakini ushauri ambao tunaweza tukasaidia vijana tukawavuta zaidi, tufanye handicraft. Tuweke kama ni center kubwa vijijini, wajifunze kazi za mikono, wafume. Kama ni vijana waweza kawa wanacheza draft, kwa hiyo hapo tuweza tukaattract, tukawa tunatoa elimu na tuweze kufanikiwa sana.
Thank you very much for the innovative recommendations in reaching adolescents. So, no more questions?
If I can go next.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Nina Bina, FP 2030 Youth Focal Person. And this question is directed to the Gerald. I've heard in the conversation that we were talking about young mothers, you know, teenage mothers going back to school. But I wanted to hear more from you on the issue of postpartum family planning for them, and how is that addressed into a perspective that we are not a homogeneous group as young mothers. So we would want to hear from you what is the point in that. And to tap into the conversation as well is that if we want to do things for young people, the only thing you can do is include young people into it, into this discussion, into the art and craft discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, if you can be very, very brief. I had the young gentleman at the back and then Dr. Brenda, and that's it. We're done. Very quick, 2 seconds. Right. You can see the monitors. Yeah.
Naitwa Alex, natoka ICS. Swali langu ni moja, serikali imefanya uwekezaji mkubwa kwenye uanzishaji wa hivi vituo rafiki vya huduma rafiki kwa vijana, and are still not working very well. Nafikiri we need to kuangalia ni kwa namna gani tuna improve, lakini vile vile recommendation, we need to integrate masuala ya adolescence na masuala ya parenting, kwa sababu wazazi ndio wanakaa muda mrefu na watoto, lakini still tunaona mambo hayaendi vizuri. So nafikiri hiyo ilikuwa ni moja ya recommendation yangu. Asante.
Thank you very much. Dr. Brenda, so because we don't have time, we won't respond to the questions. You'll have to find the panelists outside once we finish this. Okay, you're done? All right, then because we don't have time, you see here the chair here is chasing me. We don't have time, and I would like to thank the panelists here for being part of this discussion, opening up some very key issues. We've heard about innovative approaches. It's always good to learn. That's why we are here. There are different partners doing different things, reaching more adolescents. We've also heard here from the Ministry of Health, you know, how many enabling environment documents that we already have and where we are. We've also heard of the issues of adolescent nutrition and the issues of the environment that surrounds the school and issues of how that affects the nutritional status. But we've also heard from Dr. Mary on the issue of complications of teenage pregnancy that I think we've most heard of, and this is why we are here, to reduce or to limit these complications that adolescents face during teenage pregnancy. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists.
Poleni sana, tuwapigie makofi tena makubwa sana. Yeah, I'm also an adolescent, so usually I love these kind of sessions, but unfortunately the time is not with us. So, but I know we can always catch up with these experts. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more session before we close the day. That's why I was really being careful, because we have very exciting sessions, and the people who are running these sessions are already there in the rooms waiting for us. And I would like to give everyone an opportunity to go and hear these. So let me tell you where the sessions are. So when, if you are interested in the improvement of referral system, we are in Ruaha, that side. Improvement system using electronic and or digital systems. Please go there. If you're interested in primary health care, how it affects CRM and SCH, we are in Mikumi. For those interested in essential emergency and critical care, using innovative approach, go to Sadan. Those interested in obstetric fistula in Tanzania, we are in Afya. And technologies and innovations to improve the quality and maternal and newborn birth outcomes, we are in Uduzungwa. If you remember the safe birth band of care and the similar interventions, go to Uduzungwa for that, for more details. And so those are the sessions for the last day, the last for this day. And once we finish those, we're gonna end the day from there. We are not coming back here. Tomorrow, we start our first plenary at 8 a.m. o'clock, and it is a very important, because we are commemorating the Prematurity Day. So it's gonna be plenary on prematurity. We will have very important experts and advocates for prematurity here. Karibuni sana, see you tomorrow.